Hello, my name is Dallas, and today I'm back with what should be the story finale for Daemon X Machina. And if we're lucky, it might also be the finale of the Platinum Trophy. So I did pretty much all of the major off-stream grinding for all the trophies that required excessive amounts of grinding. And we're gonna start off with a second save file I made because I used a prologue trick to get the 10,000 enemies. Other than like the last 14, which we'll just wrap up pretty quickly. Because that grind was even worse than I thought, so I decided to just use a trick to finish it out. Because one thing I did learn from a little bit of testing is it only counts killing blows landed by the player's mechs. That means party member kills do not count, and using the Mirage ability also did not count for kills. So given that I would have basically had to triple the amount of enemies I fought to get through it, I decided to just use like a little bit of an exploit and just made a new save file because it would be faster. So pretty much the goal just to start is to get 14 kills on anything, and then we'll be done with what I would say is probably the worst trophy in the game. And then from there, I'm probably gonna start off by just going back to my main save file after that to wrap up a bunch of other trophies really quick. So basically, I didn't pop a single trophy off stream, so all of them will be just me doing one thing and then a trophy will pop on stream. And then we'll probably do some boss farming to see if I can maybe get a few of the armor sets done, and then we're gonna pivot to finish up the story. And probably once again in the main save file, I'll go over my stats to show like where I'm at and where, like exactly what I need to do and what I had to do off stream. There's the 10k kills, which means we are done with this save file forever. The 4.5 hours for 10k kills because of, like, there's a turret in the prologue section where you can infinitely spawn enemies, and they do almost no damage. Unfortunately, there is no way to save during that section, so you pretty much have to be willing to commit 4 hours if you want to get it done faster. Now that we're in my main save file, so that's roughly the final amount of enemy kills I ended up with is roughly 4,000. I need to grab a single enemy to get the trophy for that to pop. We need to do one beacon. I need to get a 100% completion on one ore. And I did find out the total distance run on the far right side is the vehicle tracker. So I need 1,000,000 in that one in terms of distance. And then everything else is kind of all over the place. So I think first, let's grab the money one. I did immediately go the wrong way. In money, I mostly just farmed the #1 arena fight for like 100 attempts. And then sold a bunch of stuff while I was farming out like the special facilities. there's 10 million on hand. And there was only one boss that I fought because they came up in a special facility. Everything else was pretty much just me fighting whatever. And that was this variant on one of the bosses. They spawned in a special facility. I think the first thing we're gonna do is knock out the one beacon I made. If I can remember where it is. Looks like it's up here. We'll get the trophy for that to pop. Then I think I'm gonna do a special facility to get the trophy for that. And then we'll probably do some boss grinding after that, unless we do side stories. Probably start off with boss grinding, then wrap up the side stories that I have available. Then either more boss grinding or I'll finish out the story. So pretty much the early goal for today is just pop every trophy that I've been kind of sitting on. And then we'll see where we go from there. I'm not going to worry about the mining ones because I'll probably run into them in the special facility, so I can just ignore those. And there's the beacon. There's the spot. That's 100 beacons done. And now we'll go for the special facility. Because I have a specific one that I set up to do. And that'll pretty much be like the 4 grindiest trophies. I will say the bike one is pretty bad, but it's basically just driving in a big circle for several hours. So we'll grab that one. So I'm gonna actually like pop the trophy like halfway through because I think I only need 6 floors, but this is 7. But the reason I'm trying this specific one is maybe there's a chance of a mini boss fight because it's blue. Because that's the place where I fought 2 bosses, one of which was one I've already fought in, which was Rebellion, the big mech, and the one who I hadn't fought prior but ran into a bunch. And then while we're here, we'll also get the grab kills trophy, and there's the mining trophy already. Assuming I don't mess these 2 up. Not an ideal start. cast it one too many times. And there's 100 mines done. So these special facilities, I know there was one that was done in the story, but having just done them regularly, they're kind of extremely similar all the way through. There isn't a whole lot of variation in them. Also, I did swap out some of my gear to better variations just to make the grind a bit easier. If anything, I should have probably swapped it more of them because I kind of forgot. Specifically, I moved on and got some added attachments so that I was able to hold a bazooka, but I have a strong ranged weapon, and also 2 decently good melee ones. But I think the melee ones are the same ones that I was using the last time I streamed. The bazooka, I think, is new. That was my chance for a grab kill, but Mirage finished it. And also, it seems like, broadly speaking, if somebody is trying to go for the 10,000 enemy kills without using, like, the prologue method, it seems like these facilities are by far the most enemies a person can reasonably find. There's 1,000 grab kills. Specifically, there's like one room where there's a ton of machine guns. It's like 20 enemies, and because you can't have party members here, at least NPC ones, it means you're pretty much guaranteed to get all of them. Get the killing blow on every single one, unless you use something like Mirage, who steals the kills. So it's just kind of the easiest way to find a ton of enemies all grouped together. Isn't really a better one. At least that I was able to find. But also, trying to get 10,000 enemies doing this still kinda sucks. It's just a trophy that's grindy for the sake of being grindy. And I also did find out for beacons there is a shop to buy chips and cables. So I did end up with a bunch of extra of those because of the drops. Also, I did find out that based on my attachments, I think loot success rate is the one I used. It does increase the number of items that can be dropped. Like, you can get more chips from knocking out an enemy, which theoretically would have made the grind a little bit easier, but I learned it way too late, so I just kind of ended up buying them. Yeah, while I think I can technically like skip all of the side rooms and just go straight for the exit, I do kind of want to clear out this last facility basically the same way I was clearing them out when I was grinding through all of them. Because I think it only requires me to like get to the next floor. Where like if you see a room that just has enemies, you can kind of ignore it. And because of the way that these facilities work out, I now have a ton of extra healing items, so I kind of can ignore those for the most part. And just use them whenever I feel like I need it. Yeah, my main hope today is that I didn't do any of the grinding for boss armor. So my hope is that the bosses themselves won't take too much time, because most of the stream is going to be a boss rush or card games. Because I only did like one card game off stream. And I need to win 30 for another trophy, so I need like 23 wins. Gonna heal up here because money doesn't matter now. And I think some of the trophies I do have are pretty much locked to post-game, like some of the boss armors are simply not available. Supposedly, if I could deal enough damage, I'm supposed to be able to break these, but I've not managed to. And we got there. And they have apparently really good drops. That's actually the first one I've managed to break because I just couldn't figure out a good method to get it before. I guess they were in the first game, but I don't think I did enough optional missions to ever encounter them. because I kind of just beelined it through the story. I think that's everything on this floor. Still no sign of a boss room yet. And yeah, I guess that does confirm, like, at least for trophies, that, like, the Axiom towers do not count towards the trophy. It's only these, like, special facilities. So the towers kind of only give... I think some particularly good gear, and maybe like a rare chance for logs if they're associated with quests. And also, I think I've pretty much confirmed that any room that has enemies does not have any loot. At least I've not encountered any rooms that have that. And I did eventually learn that you can just hold R1 for like a dash, as opposed to having to mash it to dash a bunch. I'm gonna try to get a couple shield levels. I think there's a faster way, but I think just blocking damage counts. Actually, let me just see where I'm at in terms of progress with that. And also make sure that this is counting. I think that was like... Okay, so it is counting, but not nearly fast enough because I don't think they deal enough damage. So we'll just leave. It's getting me like 10 points per block, which is not a lot. I think if I block stronger damage, it gives it faster, but I'm also not sure. Because that is another thing I have to do, is to get every weapon to level 5 still. Probably during the boss rush. Because, like, I think generally speaking, I was over halfway done before I left off. It's just a matter of I need to finish up the last bits. And the only jump puzzle in the game. And it's literally the same pattern every time this appears. They just made this one jump puzzle room and then did not make any variations. They just kind of rotate it. And yeah, I will say, I think just overall, this is maybe the most grindiest platinum trophy I've gone for. Probably by far. Like, I've definitely had a couple games that had some grind sections, but this was more grind than game. And I kind of ended up getting through all the grind out of spite. That's this room done. And this was pretty much the other thing I did to get money, was just from these special facilities, just clearing out all the loot and selling it because I didn't use any of it. Keep this free heal for when the acid wears off. Granted, I'm not super worried about... I've never been knocked out in one of these facilities. I don't plan on it happening now. Gotta remember to swap to the two-handed so I can get the most damage from that combo. Nothing noteworthy on this floor. It looks like we got everything. Missed. Also, yeah, throws do not count for kills. It only counts if you grab them and stab them and get the last hit. That was the 1,000 times I did that popped a little bit ago. I haven't figured out if there's anything to those rooms or if they're just a dead end. It seems like they're just a dead end. couple more quick rooms, and then we're done with this floor. I was kind of hoping that the, like, 7, or like the blue card one with 7 floors was going to give me a boss room at some point, but so far, no luck. Either way, we get a trophy once I get, like, a couple more floors in. And I'm hoping that I get the vehicle trophy when I do the side story for the race that I have. And I did find out, at least based on the stat page, like the transformed bike mode while moving in that does count. So if somebody's like just randomly grinding things out in the open world, if they use the transformed bike mode to get around, that works. It's just obviously slower. But things like the Big Mech do not count. And also any vehicle counts, including horses. The one thing I didn't set up last time I was playing is it sounds like I might need to do all variant of the overworld bosses in order to get all of their gear. Which means I need to fight them at least once in the overworld to unlock their battle simulator. But then I can just grind in the battle simulator. So at some point during the boss rush, I might have to go through the overworld again to find all the other variants. But it sounds like there's no more than 3 for each boss type. Which I fought all except one of them, and I don't know how to get the last one to spawn. It might be post-game only. Here's the room with the ton of enemies. And this is in every variant of the special facility. It's just a random room spawn. I say if it spawned more, I would almost like it more, because then 10k kills wouldn't seem so bad. But it feels like it's not the most common. And also it is probably the only time in the game that I would say, or the only time in these facilities that I like came close to actually getting knocked out, other than these laser rooms. Other than, yeah, these laser rooms are rough, and they're only in, I think, this area. I haven't figured out if there's any way to disable the laser. rush to grab the ammo there, but it kind of doesn't matter. Got to deactivate them after that. At least one battle room and then next floor. And I've not been keeping count on what floor I'm at. I will say I think the boss encounters in these facilities are probably my favorite because it's just the entire floor is a single mini boss and then you move on. I've only seen it twice. One small room and then we're done here. I also did find out that I guess the Centurion armor that I just unlocked the battle sim for is kind of the go-to armor to deal with those hazard rooms, especially outside where they kind of one-shot the player if they don't have resistance. And I will need to farm out the Centurion armor because there is a trophy for that, but I'm not going to do any of those, like hazard areas, because there's no reason to, as far as achievements are concerned. The ones that I ran into a few times throughout just general gameplay. Apparently I have access to the armor that lets me deal with those, but we're not going to. I don't think it's required to clear out every room, but I just do it anyway. Partially because I want to see, like, if I were playing naturally, how many kills would I get just based on the amount that I farmed up to this point. And I'm guessing it's going to end up in the 4,000s, and that's probably where it's going to stop. Less than half of what would be required for the trophy to get naturally. And I did try to farm like open world stuff to just get random kills, which is how I kind of found out that traveling with teammates does cause them to steal the kills. And I don't know if there's a way to remove party members while main story is happening, so it's one of those things where it feels like you either need to grind post-game or just kill like 5 times as many enemies. And just hope you get the last blow and more of them than your teammates do. Which makes me assume that online also doesn't share kill counts, which is why it's an extremely weird, unnecessarily grindy trophy. Because if the entire game can be played in co-op, but you have to get 10,000 individual kills to complete it, then there's not really any reason for that. especially because if online people use like the Mirage ability because it seems like it's one of the best abilities in the game. If the Mirage lands the killing blow, then it counts for nobody. Just trying to see if I can get a few here. It seems like it's going up faster, but still not as fast as I would like. How much does that go up by? Okay, that is substantially more, just spamming shield dash. I'll say, let me go over my weapons that I still need. So I need two-handed is very close. Regular punch is very close. Bow is pretty close. Special I've not used at all. And then shield has quite a ways. So if I get shield up, then we're special I'm not at all concerned about. Shield is kind of the one weird one. Because there's a new attachment I didn't have before that I will not be using. I think that's every room cleared except these 3 chests. And there's 100 floors done. I think I needed 6, so there's 2 floors left. Still holding out hope for mini boss, but I feel like they usually spawn in like very early in the run. 2 hazard rooms is an interesting choice, but that just means I get double heals.
Yoshi.
So I think technically I could just leave the facility and be done, but I'll just wrap up these last 2. Then we start our boss rush grind. I think ideally I want to start off with like the other mech bosses, like the noise specifically, because I think they generally have the most pieces, but I don't know how many pieces are tied to boss variants. Because that's pretty much going to be almost all of the remaining trophies I have, other than the last like couple story ones, are mostly getting every variant of boss armor. Which obviously, because I fought most of the story bosses, I have at least a few of them. Another one of those. Another supplier. One thing I do want to test. I want to see if the trophy for base supplies applies to the ones that I can find in the open field, like the supply bases, or if it's only the main base. Because if it's only main base, then that means I think I have to wait till post-game till I can get all of the upgrade areas. If it counts for ones in the field, then I can just throw in a bunch of supplies now and be done. Because at least the one thing I did see recommended is, like, you'll probably run out of upgrades, so just swap pets until you get the end. But it also sounds like there's some post-game upgrades to the base that I don't have yet, so maybe that'll get me the trophy for that. That's here cleared out. And another loot room, so it should be quick. That's everything. So I think there's one more floor left. And hopefully it's a boss one. If not, then oh well. We'll just go fight bosses everywhere else. I think conceptually I like the idea of these. Actually, we're done. I like the idea of these special facilities. The issue is there's just not enough variety. It's basically like a limited number of enemies based on the region you're in. I'm also just gonna grab this trophy or this side quest. Enemies are based on region. There's a finite number of rooms. And the ones that would maybe be the most interesting rooms are the boss rooms, which are extremely rare. To the point that I only found 2 of them in 100 floors. And I got this random side quest that I had because I stumbled on the spot for it randomly while I was hunting for other things.
よし、早くばあさんに見せてやらないとな。
We'll turn that in and start our boss grind. The other reason I want to start with that is because I only need 5 armor types until I get the 100 types of armor trophy. Actually, maybe we'll do a couple of card games first, because I can't remember if I've gone through the last couple opponents here. I think I did.
確認してくれ。
こんなところにいらしたのね。バローさん、剣は磨いてくださったの？
いや、俺が見つけた時からそうだ。一切錆びていなかった。
そう。ありがとう。ありがとうね。これでようやく心残りなくいけます。
縁起でもないこと言うな。
いいえ、この年になるとね、なんとなく分かっちゃうの。傭兵さん、
なんだ。
バローさんの剣、あなたがもらってくださらない？
何？いや、しかし。
このお写真を見てるとね、バローさんがまだ戦いたいって言ってるみたいで、バカみたいでしょうけど、私にはそう思えるの。あなたはこれからも戦うんでしょ？
ああ。
誰かに何かを託せるなんて、こんなに嬉しいことってないわね。お願い。
本当にいいのか？
もちろん。
分かった。
嬉しい、傭兵さん。本当にありがとうね。
ああ、またな。
I don't remember.
あの日以来、みんな怖い顔してて気がめいるの。息抜きにカードでもしようよ。
まあ。
I think I might have gone through everybody in the base. But it also doesn't hurt to do it again just to be sure. there any moon cards apply negative to that one? There are more firearm cards in your area. Give that one 100 attack. That was the melee weapon one, which I realized was bad later. Apply 60 attack for every character card. It's 30 plus 70, so 100 or 110. So that's just a fundamentally better card. This one I think I want to like, but I think this character is just better. This is kind of just a better version of that, but that is also a particularly good one. I definitely feel like I'm getting more character built. I'm wondering if these are worth keeping in. And Coffee Corner, welcome in. And thanks to the raid, that was the rest of Power Wash Sim. We are in big trophy hunting hours, and I got a card game up. Deciding if I want to change anything else with my deck. Brings me, so we can't hear just yet. Well, thanks for the raid and for the people who can hear currently. I usually tend to be a variety streamer. Tend to mostly focus on action games, but I tend to play just kind of whatever I'm in the mood for. And today we're doing Daemon X Machina to wrap up the story and ideally get the Platinum Trophy. Because I do frequently achievement hunt. And I'm basically at the very end of the game, just getting ready to grind out some bosses for armor sets. Want that now. Disappointed that I immediately drew back. You got to the final boss of the first Daemon X Machina, but you gave up because it wasn't a fun fight. I briefly stopped like midway through the first one, but I went back to it and wrapped up the game. I will say this one has been a weird sequel. Like, I don't know how I feel about the open world, and I think they added way more grinding than was needed. But it's still kind of hard to pass up on an armored core like. It does have mechs. This is just a side game that they threw in for some reason, but there is a trophy tied to the side game. I have to win 30 matches. And there is a side quest where you have to do like a card tournament. You have a chance eventually, I guess. You like the first one except a couple of fights. I don't really know what to do this turn, so I think I just swap this out for more. Then we wait. Like, I like the basic gameplay loop, and I would say that this game is much more of a boss rush if you're just focused on story. Like, over half of the missions are fight a boss and then move on. We need to look at their cards to see what is getting them buffs. It's 5 or more, that one's getting buffs, so I need to get rid of... I don't think there's a way for me to easily get rid of a third one. There's no character cards, so I can get rid of... this one. No star cards, so I should get rid of them. Feel like making dinner and power is fun, but your eyes hurt a bit. Have a good dinner. Thanks again for the raid. I don't think I win this one. I don't think I didn't get the cards I needed to debuff them. It depends on what I draw next. I'll get like 10 more damage. And we end up winning, we take those. Looks like I already did that one, so we're gonna go for boss fight. I think I finished up all the card games in the city. Even though I still get credit for the 30, I don't get extra cards, which I do need like 10 of those. Let's just go fight a random boss to start getting their gear. Go for bullet. Also, I need to get shield level, so I'm just gonna try to do that every so often. There's a shield level up, just 2 more, and I never have to use a shield again. Good stun. I had to go for a random party member, which is fine. A lot more damage than I would have liked there. Okay, so the block did work on that. And they broke a building and knocked themselves out. I think that's a new weapon. So pretty much all of the trophies I have left in the game are just fight each of the bosses until I get all of their unique dropped items. Some of the bosses I'm already done with, but I have to do most of them. decently still holding their attention. Not get hit by that. Let's summon Big Mac. Try to get through as much of this phase as I can. I sneak in a few more shield hits. That's them leaving for another explosion move. We just hang out here for a bit. I don't think I realized that they can just start flying. I've not seen them do that yet. M2, stop flying. Or we just spam Zuka. And there's another win. Question is, which of these do I not own, if any? I think I have everything there. They literally get nothing from their ability, so we leave. I at least revealed more of the stuff I need, but I don't know. Because I revealed everything for that one, so it has to be the variant that I'm missing. Let's try the rough fight. This one, I don't think I'm going to be able to grind weapon levels, so I think I just need to go all out for this one. Real one is in there somewhere, but I lost him. This one seems like they're sturdy. If I keep them locked in the corner forever, they can't split up into clones. And they got away. But also nearly fight. I got stuck in the water somehow. I was trying to see if I could go get more energy, but I wasn't able to reach it. That fight is rough. Because it's just an army of clones that I have to deal with. Maybe I start off with a big mech early, because it seems like he immediately goes in clone. I didn't realize that that drains all of my energy. Which explains why I had none to use my abilities. I really need to go see if I can get a refill in it. We got our refill. I think that can actually just probably hang out over here, and as long as they chase me over, I can just use all my abilities forever. Fake. Lock on, please. Definitely weird how I have to deal with them just kind of falling through the planet. I'm hoping the Legion doesn't have too many fights. Because this is just a lot to deal with. There we got him. None of these are unique. I mean, at least it's a new item. That one could be unique, but probably not. Somo, we've already got the item. Let's do Centurion. farm some more weapon levels on them. One more shield level and we're done. That's 40. Boss part's broken. Or I think actually it's 50. So shield doesn't block that. Or at least it didn't in that case. Let's go ahead and summon Big Mech. Yeah, I got a heal from a teammate, which love to see it. Both teammates are dead, so let's just go for win. And there's a win. I need each of their armor pieces and 2 cores. And it looks like 2 cores per piece. I think I'm just gonna do another fight of that to try to max out shield. And also get more of the parts I need. Seems like it doesn't refill my big robot mode. Did run out of energy because I used clone this time, so I guess we'll just do Silver Winds. Good heal. Oh, she did get a ton of damage for that. And pick back up, because I need to keep the healer up ideally. As well, I do have a ton of healing items stocked in extremely high amounts of money. I'd rather not have to use it. Go for some more shield hits since I got a bit more energy. Good heal. There's the last level I need for shield, so we're done with that. And there's another win. There's at least 2 more armor parts that I need. And then I need to fight them like 8 times so I can get all the cores. Unless I can get multiple because I have boosted loot. For that, I need to take off that shield. So I no longer need to use it. I'm actually just gonna leave that weapon slot open because the goal I need to get everything to level 5. So if I just punch somebody a few times, I get level 5 for that. Then I need two-handed, bow, and special weapons. And then I'm done with all weapon types. Then I can just use whatever. Let's try this one. I think nearly every boss in this list, except like 3, I have to farm armor on for some reason or another. But we're done with punches. Next, ideally I want to do special weapons. Which flamethrower would probably be a good pick for that for the boss fights. Bosses have decided they don't want to be in the arena anymore. Energy back. I can use more clone. Most of these big monster fights should be pretty easy. The only issue with them is they just have very big hitboxes, so I might suddenly take a bunch of damage, but with all the extra heals I have, it shouldn't be a problem. I've already got the weapon for that, so we get the core. Let's fight Big Robot. I actually forgot to swap out to a different weapon, which I should have, but it's fine. I think next I need to either go for two-handed sword or I need to go for bow. Because I've already got the two, I think, worst weapons done. It's now just weapons that, if I were playing differently, I would have used in my build anyway. And thanks for the follow. That's a Dark Bugman. Them to ideally be in the arena. Ideally not for very long. My hope is that I finish up the Platinum Trophy and then I'll be done with the game. And we are basically in the final stretch. I just need to farm out boss armor and beat the story. Another boss win. I'd be real upset if they fell outside the barrier. I can craft their weapon now. I happen to have the core I need. And it looks like they only have one other drop.
Yeah.
I think I can now use this shop, because I think this is for boss weapons. There's a core that I haven't found yet. Then, actually, there's two cores I haven't found yet. Let's get our next weapon in. I think two-handed melee is kind of one of the more annoying ones to deal with. Temporarily. Take off bazooka so I can do two-handed. Ideally, I want something slow that I'm going to be hitting a lot. Let's try Cybele. So that already knocked me up to level 5, so I'm already done with two-handed. Let's just maybe go for win. Surprised I didn't get the break. Some missiles going. Try to wrap this up a bit quicker. Or if I got a dodge there, or if I got hit. I got another heal. Doesn't feel like I do a lot of damage to the boss, so maybe I'm just not hitting their weak spots well enough. Because they are in some weird positions. there's like something I'm missing with the way they had the stun there. Like if I was supposed to be looking for somewhere else to grab. There's a win. A weapon that I already have, and a core that I can use to make it. So technically I think that means I should be able to make one of their items. We need to swap back in my bazooka and swap out the two-handed blade. Because I definitely prefer this as far as ranged weapons. I need to decide what type of special weapon I want, and I think flamethrower is the go-to. So the issue there is also, I think, there are better versions of the weapons that I have for now. Slightly better Soryu, but worse flinch. And notably better that one in every stat. I wonder if the boss weapons that I can make at the regular develop don't count towards the sets I need. Did forget to go ahead and expand the slots on these. Okay. I need to move over all my attachments. I forgot what was on this one. Flinch, loot, and loot. I don't really need loot success rate, but maybe if they give me extra cores, I should have it. think that one's gonna be better for what I'm doing. And this one. Let's give it 8% more damage and then more loot. Because my hope is that maybe like the 5% roll will just give me an extra core so I can skip a boss fight. Go for another bullet run with the flamethrower. It does like no damage, but the idea is that it's supposed to make it so they can't use moves. I also didn't realize that the clone got taken out at some point. A lot of damage that I didn't expect. Grab this free energy. Special mastery to level 2 out of 1 fight. I think I'm gonna save bow for when I get back to one of the bigger bosses so I can just shoot him from wherever. That's all of my ammo for that. Now we just go for win. Good. Party member heal. I didn't realize they were gonna get out of stun that quick. Just go for bazooka shots to win. There's a win. You wanna have to like maybe burn a heal to not get killed at the end. I don't think any of the explorer gear is unique. I already have an auto shield, so pick one at random and send it back. I am almost to the point where I need to go fight open world bosses because I'm not going to be able to get the stuff I'm missing. Let's try Arachne to see if I can get away with the flamethrower. Maybe not with a stealth. And my hope was that I can like drain her stamina or keep her burning so that she doesn't do anything major. She might be a little bit too mobile for that. doesn't seem to be doing too badly. There you go. I think my idea is if she's burning, she can't stealth. He's very squishy, so even like the party members can deal a decent amount of damage after that. I think at the point now where I need to just go for the win. That went better than I expected. I don't remember if I already have this knife, but I'm gonna grab it anyway. Yeah, the problem with these characters it looks like their armor directly overlaps. Other than like one or two pieces. So I don't know if I just need to like pick the one I would prefer to fight and just focus them, or if there actually is some like meaningful difference that I need to worry about. Because the trophies just get all of their attainable equipment. Which some of them have like unique weapons or other things that I need to get, where most of them it seems like they have stuff that overlaps with just random finds. And there's no easy way for me to track what I have. Like how my healer got knocked out. Because if I need just the Explorer set in any variants, then I would assume Bullet is going to be much easier than Arachne. Because melee is much easier for me to deal with than like a stealth person who just teleports around the field. The problem with the Bullet is their auto shield does block a lot of my damage. I'm not getting as many levels, but also they're kind of just generally easy enough to fight that it's not much of a concern.
ンツイズ倒れなさい。
もう大丈夫だ。
本気で行く。ないわね。
Got a flamethrower ammo, so let's just go for it.
なんで向かってくる。怪撃。
落ち着いて行きます。ここでは終われない。
I did kind of pick up the wrong one, but it's fine.
これ以上はやらせない。絶対に。このまま倒れなさい。
無理しないで。私もいる。
怪撃。
Yeah, we won with the building. But that helmet seems new. Practicing. I think for now I'm just gonna focus on bullet until I get flamethrower maxed.
私が終わらせる。ダンツイズ。ダンツイズ。怪撃。
Good random building hit there, I think. Auto shields being a problem. It also doesn't help the flamethrower does like no damage. Because I assume like the way that it scales up is based on the amount of damage I'm doing. Just took out like 10% of their health with the building. That's all the ammo for that. Heal her up, just be safe.
本気で行く怪撃乱追跡ないのでママ倒れなさい
Gonna go ahead and just do a quick safety heal. Does seem like for this, laser sword does deal more damage. Her auto shield is just kind of on point right now. A little bit more damage. Zuka might get there. There we go. Cooling system I didn't have, so there's one. Says for her there's only 5 items, and then explorers are duplicates of other people. So I've gotten 3 of her inherently unique items. Means there's just 2 more for me to find, and then I should get a trophy. Before I get too far into this, how are we doing on levels? Almost level 3. Also, apparently gravity gun is an option. I don't know if I've seen a gravity gun yet. Although in terms of levels I need, this weapon is the longest left. Like all other weapons are like within 1 to 2 levels. If it wasn't for me also wanting to have access to the bazooka, I would consider just putting on a second special one and trying to knock him out real quick. Grab some more crystals.
弾ついぞ。ないのね。利用しない。怪撃。
So there's probably a better boss I could be farming on like any of the immortals, but I think broadly speaking this is fine.
怪撃。
Maybe after this I should look at like the different types of special weapons I do have to see if there's one that does like a ton of damage. I think Bazooka does do more damage. But I don't think auto shield works on Bazooka because it does splash damage. Or at least if it does work, it seems less common. It seems like Bazooka just chews through their defenses and there's not much they can do to stop it. I'm gonna pick up healer just to be safe. There's another win. I think the shotgun is one I already have, but I gotta grab something. Actually, it might not be. So the item I'm looking for next is named Grand Chariot. I think if I get that one, then I might have all of them. I'm gonna look to see what kinds of different special weapons I have, though. I don't think this flamethrower's quite doing it. Let's try that one instead. I think at this point I'm kind of locked into just getting whatever bullet items they have. Because I think I just need one item from her. It is substantially more ammo than the flamethrower, and it seems to be doing at least a little bit more damage. And it's not getting auto-shielded. It is, but not as much. There's level 3. So there, it's definitely getting blocked, but that might just be her raising a shield. Both party members knocked out, so a little bit of a problem. He immediately got knocked out again. Try to pick one up to do a little bit of extra damage. Keep going for weapon stuff. Doing no damage because she's just blocking. Didn't think I was gonna get out of that one. I realized though it moved there doing too late. Iris took the hit there like a champ, but I would also rather she didn't. We're just gonna go for the win. I'm basically out of ammo. Those are some rough blocks. There's a win. Duplicates, so nothing I need. It does feel bad that I have to leave it up to basically random chance as to whether I get the item I need. Because it's just deciding not to drop those 4 things in the middle. Generally, this is not the most ideal boss to farm weapon levels on, but it's a character who I need gear on, and she's not too bad mechanics-wise. Like, any of the immortals seem like they would just be a better pick. With a quick building hit. I think I got her to get hit by the building there. Seems like they're more open to being hit while attacking. Random blind there. Good building hit. Maybe some out of clone to try to finish up some things, but I don't think it's needed. Part of me is considering if I max out all of my weapons to just go finish the story. Because I know there's more side missions and some of them will be tied to these bosses. I don't know if that means that they'll give me drops I need. I guess like the nice part about the art gun is if I do stun them, then I kind of just get free hits off of it. And there's a win. Okay, so I think I already had the axe, but I'm gonna grab it to be safe. I didn't realize that there was a second page. Let's try a Centurion fight to mix it up. Because he's maybe even easier to farm weapons on. I know he's like resistant to them supposedly. I guess the Centurion's nice because I always like know what I need from him. Like I can look at his gear set and see that I don't have those. How far are we into this level? Almost up to level 4. Then what do I didn't realize that 21 is the max, which is a weird number to be the max. Unless it's connected to mercenary rank, which would then make sense. I just need these 2 weapons. So this one's about to get level 4, and then I need bow. And then I can use whatever weapon I feel like. Supposedly I should have been able to grab him there, but it just didn't let me. Here's level 4. I'm guessing like certain angles are hitting the weak spot, because I feel a rumble randomly with the controller. Wasn't expecting to grab all of a sudden. Good heal. That's all my ammo, so we go for win. It seems like 2 fights with him should have the special weapons maxed. In fact, let's just take a peek. It's about a third of the way, and I finished up a level. And there's another win. We own both of those, so we get the core. And one more go with Centurion. At least for now. Unless I don't quite get enough to max out my weapon. Because if I max out my weapon, then I'm probably just going to go for one of the big immortals like Cybele, so I can just stand back and hit them with a bow. Rude grab. Good heal. I say the special weapons definitely seem to basically just use the idea that it's intended to be like an offhand weapon that does statuses. It's not supposed to be for damage. Like maybe the acid ones or something do more damage. I think burning is supposed to like get rid of their stamina. Another good heal. Auto shields doing work. I might need another round to get the weapon max. Never mind, there's a 5. Cut it a little bit close ammo wise, but we got it. Do 2 safety heals, but we should be fine. I don't actually know if that one is required. I think I'll grab it just to be safe, because I think the one that's just like a variant on a chest armor. As I would say, based on the rate that this grind is going, I might not actually get through the platinum today. If I don't get through the platinum today, then I'll wrap it up when the DLC comes out. If I do wrap it up today, then there's a chance that I might not do the DLC at all. I probably will, but it'll be kind of playing it by ear. I feel like Rex is maybe one of the ones I farm the most, but I don't know if I want to commit to using bow on it. Yeah, let's do it. So I don't think I need to use bow for very long. going for the ceiling hit. There's the final weapon done. That's every weapon maxed. Or not maxed, at least like got to level 5. Maxed is obviously substantially higher, given they can get up to level 21. Maxed for my purposes at least. Yeah, I think the only collectible trophies left are music, data logs, and then like winning card games. Everything else is like fighting bosses for armor or beating the story. Definitely going for the ceiling hit again. Okay, so now I don't really need to use any weapons except melee or bazooka. Unless there's a very situational one that I decide to equip, which I don't know what I would pick. Like, I guess a bow if I want a more guaranteed drop, but I don't think I need those anymore. Because bosses are automatically guaranteed. Or at least if they aren't, I haven't seen one that's like despawned immediately. worry about it. We should win soon.
あの子たちの餌にしてあげる。
Kinda underestimated how many enemies can spawn in this fight.
してあげる。奈落にね。
I think usually they get wiped out by the big flame attack. I'm reasonably sure that's probably the last one I need.
Yoshi.
The question is, what core am I missing? Which is where kinda the next part of this comes in. Let's maybe do one small pivot first to try to get another trophy done. Because I think at least temporarily I'm satisfied on boss fights. Let's try to get the trophy for traveling certain distance on a vehicle. It's like 1,000 kilometers. And for that purpose, I have a race sub-story over here. If I knock out the side story here, like, it should get me most of what I still need, if not all of it. So I'm just gonna throw in a save, because it's been a while. Up here is it just knocks out basically a side story and also a trophy, and then I can just not worry about that anymore.
Ha ha, 来たか。面白そうだからな。命のやりとりはないが、先についた方が勝ち。つまり、命にさえ関わらなければいい。分かっておったか。あんたとの勝負だ。ただ馬に乗ってで終わるわけないからな。ならばよし。準備は良いな。ああ。よし、では行くぞ。行くぞ。
I will say horses are kinda the best vehicle in the game because they're actually easy. one, but it's fine. Because they lose time based on how many they missed, and they've missed several already. As long as I don't miss 2 more, I'm guaranteed to win. Yeah, we got it. Didn't get the trophy though, but hopefully that, like, took a chunk out of the distance I need. I think next, since I'm going to be turning in missions anyway, let's go do another card game. And then I guess I'll just pick one of the bosses that I haven't fought in the open world, and we'll go try to find them. Because I think I just need to figure out, like, I'm assuming the later variants drop weapons and cores that I need. That would be my guess, because I don't actually have a list of what I need from them. Because they just said develop all the weapons from all variants, or develop all the items. Means that maybe, like, the open world bosses have a much smaller loot pool, but I have to find all of them. I don't know if I can fail these, but I'm going to save it just to be safe. Thinking about it, let me check my distance I still need. About a little under 2,000 meters. I think I'm still fine with my current deck, so we'll just jump in. I could probably check the card I just got, but I feel like I already had that one, but I don't remember. I'm probably didn't, I'm just mixing up with another one. Try those two and hope he plays something that gets debuffed. And they did. They're trying for 5 or more stars. They have no character cards. No special effect, but that one did get debuffed because they played when I didn't. They didn't go with it. Didn't like that they swapped that one out. I can play this one to get a plus 100 buff. I think that is actually worth more. Debuff their moon cards, but I'll lose a buff somewhere else. I think that's worth the trade. Yeah, looks like we won. That's another side quest done, and another card game won.
試合終了です。お疲れ様でした。俺様のデッキがこんなことしている場合じゃねえ。足りなかったのは火力だ。もっと火力を、カードを集めねえと。じゃあな、あばよ。
That's quarterfinals done. Which isn't required for anything, but it's just an excuse to get card game wins out of the way. And it does give me extra cards, which I do need 100 of those. That's all side missions done. So now the move is just to hunt for any bosses so I can start seeing what cores I actually need. Let's start with one who I haven't fought yet, so we'll go for Dreadnought. It looks like is north of here. Gun Forward was the other one I was considering, but we'll do Dreadnought first because that's probably the more difficult one. Remember, if there was like a specific cave I need to look for, or if it's just flying straight up there. Also, I did confirm that one of the bosses I'm missing, I do need to beat the story. So I think the move is, once I've cleared out some of these boss variants that I still need, then we go beat the story to get all the other endgame stuff. Rough random hit there. are stunned again. Here's a win. That's definitely gonna be unique to that variant. Now we head back to restock and heal. Let's go for the gun for one next. He doesn't like to lock on to certain battery parts. Have enough energy to go for 5. There's a win. So that one I can get if I get the core. So there's only a couple more left. First, we'll head back to the base to get the heal. Let's do Rebellion for another big robot one since we only fought them once. They're over here. You know, well, as far as collectibles, I'm still missing quite a bit of logs and music. Apparently I do get a lot of them just for beating the story. So I did not go out of my way to gather any extra of those. So the only thing left that I really have to grind out is just boss gear. And card game matches. Part. Also didn't realize that Iris got knocked out at some point. Get more energy. I don't know why that grabbed think it's because I like bumped into a branch in the animation. Knocked away the shield. There's a win. But I think other than one enemy, that's at least the first variant of everything. Yeah, it seems like all of them have the common characteristic of they drop a single unique weapon based on the variant. And I'm assuming I have to craft each of the variants to get what I need. Figure out where this map is pointing me. It says there's one over here. Okay, one thing I did want to try to do, so I have no idea how I would track it, is to see if I can set up a supply base to see if that counts for a trophy. Or if that is a thing that I just have to wait till post-game to get more base options. I'm not sure exactly what their preference is for these underground fights.
われない。
ここでは終われん。
I don't think that did as much. Had to go underground again. That almost won me the fight. Yeah, the whole gimmick with them seems to be grab their horn when it breaks and then throw it for max damage. And then get health gated. A one-handed shield and a bunch of random parts. I think that leaves one mid-tier variant left, and then just the final variant of each type. Supposed to spawn some around here. Not seeing it, but also let me do my test while I'm here. So total grab spent 66750. $67450, so these do count. Obviously there's a finite amount of them, but that's another way that doesn't involve me just randomly changing the base pet. Also no luck with the spawn here. I guess I should just go somewhere else and we're back to see if it spawns in again. Let's see if I can find the other variant, because I don't think they spawn in order, other than gun forts, because they only spawn in one spot. Ideal as soon as I get the second Cybele variation, I guess either this one or the other one. Then we'll go wrap up story. I will say my optimism that I'm going to get the Platinum Trophy done today is kind of iffy, because I feel like I'm in almost 4 hours in, even though I wasn't only fighting bosses today. I did spend a lot of time fighting bosses, and I haven't completed a single set. It's supposed to be here, but it didn't spawn. Means I need to go back to this one. Or pick another guaranteed boss, like the gun fort again. There it is.
集中しろ。見えるはずだ。
Don't think I got any batteries there.
まだやれるでしょ。勝つわよ。
I will say the nice part about these bosses is that they have such a small item pool that I'm almost guaranteed to get the thing I need as long as I'm just willing to fight them again. I'm sure there's like a way if I like used a range weapon I would be able to like more accurately focus the ones I need. The thing is I don't know if that like actually gives me substantially more damage. Alright, get the party members up just for a quick little DPS boost and a chance for heals.
ここでは終われない。
Bazooka might actually be the way to go. That was a lot of splash damage. I think every weak spot it hits is dealing damage. Another win. A mace that sprays acid. I kind of still want to like get a couple more bosses done. Let's just try to do the final gun for one at least. Like, the more I do now, the less I have to just explore later. Once all variants are in the simulator, I can just teleport back here and get everything done. This one seems to be much more focused on being mobile. I need him to ideally stay still for at least like a little while. They have so many weak spots, but I just cannot approach them. Guessing I need to break all the batteries before I want to do that. Very cautious. These are kind of holding still a little bit. A little bit more. There's a win. Now this is kind of a big test, is do they have a unique item for this variant? They do. So it looks like the trick for them is mostly that I need to fight all of the variants to get the unique item for each variant. Because each of them requires 2 cores that is connected to another one that I don't have. I guess the question is, do I just wanna... I kinda just wanna wrap these up. Because at least if I get these, then that means that the only bosses I'm missing are gonna be locked behind story. I'll give it like 20 minutes. If I'm not through all the variants, then we'll finish up the story. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna have to wait until the DLC's out until I finish. All of the parts of this. Mostly just due to time constraints. Like I was hoping that I would get enough progress faster, but I just haven't been getting the drops I need. I'm guessing this isn't going to be as effective as the other one. Because it's now throw. Good heal, I actually needed that one. What I learned there is I need to not ever be in front of them because big laser deletes my health. The problem with this one is I have a lot of just random attacks that they're able to throw out that hit me anywhere, and they're also very sturdy. Definitely think I need this. I want to go back and get my allies up.
ここでは終われない。
ここでは終われん。周りを見て集中しろ。見えるはずだ。
one laser spin, and that was the end of them. I just don't know what to do about all those like projectiles that they just have for free. The only thing I can think of is dip out and try to get more energy, because I have heal shots. There's like no energy crystals around. This one where they're just a little bit too sturdy. Back to full health. Doesn't reset their health, so that was actually probably a refresh that I needed. To not get hit by that. There's a win. These variants are starting to get tough. Enhances all stats in exchange for health, which slowly depletes to 0, while enhanced all stamina consumption is negated, damage taken is reduced, emergency dodge, invincibility period, and stagger resistance are maxed. MVP reaches 1 or below, the limiter is forcibly reactivated, removing the enhancements. I don't think I need the ability, and I don't want to make myself fight that like 4 more times. So that's 2 of the beta variants, which is the final one. Let's go for one more rebellion. I'm not quite at the 20-minute mark that I said was the cutoff point. So like the one boss I struggled with was one that they didn't include a strategy for. I forgot that there's 2 that can show up here, but I need this one anyway. I wish it would prioritize targeting the batteries instead of just random parts. Right, stuck. This one feels like it's easier, it's just kind of obnoxious to hit the 2 points. Because he just spins around and dashes around the field. I do wish that the allies were a bit better. The heal. another thing that would be neat is if like the bosses slow down, as I like broke the spots, but they just kind of don't. Like something caused them to freeze. It doesn't seem to be a stun. I mean, if the boss is broken, I'll take it. That's all 3 variations of Dreadnought done. Let's go finish up story. Because I think all that's left is Lapis Lacrium, which I bought like the second variant, the last form of Rebellion, and then Eclipse, which is post-game. Actually, I don't think I did Cybele either, so there's like 4 overworld bosses that I need to find. And then several bosses that are locked behind post-game. So over to final area we go.
こっちよ。
さすがお前の母親は相変わらず準備周到だ。
無事かな。
大丈夫だ。きっとな。
They need to be mindful of looking for music and logs because this is one of the last areas that I might find him.
配信者が来たか。
ワイス。
皆の再会を祝したいところだな。相馬はお前たちが殺したんだったな。
あいつは最後までお前を信じて戦った。悔いはなかったはずだ。
そうか。ならばカルディアも悔いはなかったのかもな。
何？貴様、何をした？
彼女は死んだ。お前やその娘への愛、人間たちへの偏狭な論理、この世界の支配、そして維持に反逆する行為は許されん。
殺したの？私のお母さんを。
トリニタスを創始した仲間はもう私たちだけだ。レイブ、共に2度の大戦を戦い、人間たちを支配下に置いた。あの戦争から150年、その結末がこれとは。
彼女はお前が殺したのか？
そうだ。
お前は何も理解していない。彼女はな、お前のことも愛していた。だから残ったんだ、この空虚な世界に。
愛しているのに殺すのか。
何？
一席埋まっていないのは残念だが、新しい相馬を紹介しよう。
させるか！
終わりにしろ。逃さんぞ。行け、怪人に着せ。ひれ伏せ。行け、怪人に着せ。ひれ伏せ。ひれ伏せ。惑え。壊れ。命あることをひれ伏せ。ひれ伏せ。
周りを見て集中しろ。見えるはずだ。
ひれ伏せ。ひれ伏せ。
よし、ここからだ。
惑え。ひれ伏せ。ひれ伏せ。
Yes, next phase.
何の真似だ。
Or I guess we just won the fight. Their high health bar was a fake. We'll just grab a full heal, and I'm assuming Void is final fight. Showdown does seem to be the last trophy fight I have. I don't know what armor pieces I need, if any. Because I just need 5 of any armor. Still looking for more log pieces, or more music anywhere. I could have technically just sat in I seat there and waited for them to win, but I feel like that would take forever. Card isn't exactly what I need. I still need a few, but not the most exciting find. I feel like I'm gonna get most of the remaining ones when I do like random matches. There's what I need. Was it the whole reason I held off was some of them I'll get from doing like post-game missions, and some of them I get basically as a reward for beating the story.
生きるために戦うことが前提の世界。それが人類が作った世界だ。互いが常に神を演じ、他者を審判する。この世界は狂っている。隊長、何があんたをそこまで。愛する者と一緒に生きたいという願い、小さな幸せを求めて、一体どれだけの者が犠牲となった。
アウターも人間も人類は永遠に世界を変えられない。
俺はこの世界を壊し等しくこの世界を託したいだけだ。生きる者たちに。
あなたは一体。
お前と同じさ。誰かの手によって生み出された人ならざる者。でもそれが奴らが俺に与えた名だ。
私と同じ。
永劫の時とやらは間もなく発動する。地上は変容し、人間は滅びるだろう。その後、俺がガーデンを落とし、アウタードムを滅ぼす。隊長、あんた一人が生き残ってどうする？誰が生き残ると言った？俺も一緒に滅ぶさ。俺は神を演じるつもりはない。変容した世界ではアウターとイモータル、そして実験結果ではごくごくわずかだが人間も生き残る。それぞれがただ生存するために戦う原始の時代。人類にとって新しい世界だ。正気か？いたってな。ノインのみんなは知っていたのか？もちろんだ。お前は彼らの何を見てきた？どれだけの苦痛を彼らが背負っていたと思っている？
だが、それではアウターは滅ぶ。
かもしれん。だから彼女はまさしく希望なのだ。地上でどう生きても構わない。お前たちが邪魔をしなければ、ここから帰ることを邪魔しはしない。
あなたがしようとしていることはトリニタスと同じ。いえ、もっと悪い。私は生きることを放棄しない。生き方は誰にも選ばせない。選ぶのは私。
希望のために死ねるのだから満足だろ。
希望。彼女は特別だ。だ。すべての子供はいつだって希望だ。だろ。
俺を止められるか？お前は俺の手で殺す。ど どちらが未来をつかもうと、この時だけは俺のものだ。
Okay.
人類を救う意味はどこにある？考えろ。それはお前の考えか。人類が生きることを理解しない限り、幸せに生きられる世界は生まれん。これまでの歴史が証明している。
Big missile hits. And it really does not like that gravity move. Misses. I feel like their AI got kind of broken. They're kind of just standing there. Here we go.
この痛み、久しく感じたことがない。こんなにも単純な。忘れていた。貴様か俺か。力を出し尽くせ。言われなくてもそうするさ。あんたを倒して全てを終わらせる。ならばここで俺たちがこの星の未来を消せるのだ。
Phase 2. heal. Fairly sure what I'm supposed to do here. It seems like missiles work, but nothing else seems to. He's still my weapon. We'll just do that.
私はここにいる皆さんと同じく個人をよく知る者の一人です。またあなたと出会ったことのない者も、あなたと同じように人間を守るために奮戦した解放旅団の勇敢な同志たちです。同時に己の真偽のために力を尽くしたアウターたちも、また果敢に戦い数多くの命を落とした同志たちです。あなたが守り抜いた世界で共に生きて暮らすことで、私たちは手を携えて生きていく機会を得ました。あなたはある時は父として、またある時は戦友となり、さまざまなものに姿を変え世界を導いてくれました。我々は再び空を見上げることもできます。ですが今は大地に帰る時です。あなたが愛する者と共に安らぎを得んことを願います。
And we made it to credits. I do need to be right back for a few minutes. Mostly go to the bathroom, so I'm just gonna let the credits play out. I will be back in a few. And I'm back. So I guess I can get my initial thoughts about the game overall out of the way, given I still need to do some, obviously, more gear grinding and some more collectibles. But my initial thoughts are, I think this game was fine. I will say going for the Platinum Trophy did make the experience actively worse. Like, it turned what could have been like a 30-hour just easy platinum into like almost double the length of just grinding unnecessary trophies, whether it's driving back and forth for hours or making a new save to get 10,000 kills, because there's no way that I'm going to do that in the base game. And there is just a lot of weird design choices that I came across, like I missed out on one of the base upgrades because I failed a mission, and there was no way to redo the mission, you just fail it outright. And I got a piece of gear instead as like a compensation prize, but like then it basically locked an entire base upgrade until post-game, as opposed to being something I got like halfway into the game. Also, that there's some bosses we just didn't encounter because they were like a story pick. Like, for example, we didn't fight Gaze a second time because it's either you fight them or Legion. Which means that I have to now like go back and post-game and redo a story fight so that I can get the alternate fight. Or like the fight against Yaiba, where it's like you can choose to spare him or you can choose to let him go, but if you choose to spare him, then you don't unlock his battle simulator. So again, I have to go to post-game to fight him again so that I can actually like grind out his armor. Like, there's just kind of a number of... And yeah, my biggest complaint about the grinding is pretty much the same it's been for the past few streams. It's like they took a reasonable amount of like achievements and then they added 1 to 2 extra zeros to the requirement, and then they made it just a slog. But I think if I were playing this just casually to get through the story, I would have had a much better time. I still want to try to get the Platinum Trophy, because at this point I've already done the worst of it. Like, I don't think grinding... Like, I think grinding bosses isn't nearly as bad. It was like grinding out 10,000 enemies. Because at least, like, the bosses I know I'm getting rewarded every attempt as long as I win. Where enemies, I have to get the killing blow or else I'm getting nothing. I'm just wasting time. Like, a way that a lot of the stats are tracked or described is just not the most clear, which I've heard, like, some people attribute it to, like, translation issues. Go ahead and go to fast forward because I let the other prior credits play out. And I think, like, compared to the first game, while I didn't get as into the first game as I could have, I think open world is kind of the wrong direction for this. Like, I don't think the open world added anything significantly, like, meaningful over the stage focus of the first game. It just kind of made things longer. And also, like, a lot of the sections of the game just felt incredibly reused extremely often. To a point where it's like, it almost... I would have preferred, like, more biomes that were smaller, as opposed to, like, biomes that kind of didn't have a whole lot in them. But we got credits. Image Simulator Story Unlock. Can now use Simulator to redo story, which supposedly gives me access to like the missable stuff. So it's like there's a badge to show that that's a completed file, which is nice. And then there's post-game stuff.
おい次のオーダーは俺のことか。そうだ、お前新入りのくせにずいぶんでかい顔してんじゃねえか。何のことだ。お前新人がやるべきこと全然やってねえじゃねえかって言ってんだよ。巡回に決まってんだろ。危険がないかビークルでフォートの周囲を巡回する。これでフォートの人たちが安心して暮らせんだ。このブラバド様が徹底的にしごいてやる。やれやれ。
Finals for another 2 cards. Yeah, so now I can do like individual character stories. It's also weird that there is a trophy for like getting all of Void's gear, but it didn't let me loot the final boss.
自爆するイモータルに出会ったかい。彼らは状況に応じて。
拠点音楽家の先日不運にも森でイモータルに襲われて亡くなってしまったそうです。実はこの方を招いて新たなサービスを始めたいと思っていたのですが、しかしアニマートさんには弟さんがいまして、協力を得られれば新たなサービスを開始できます。大変恐縮ではあるのですが、彼を招きたく、ぜひご協力いただけますと幸いです。
There's the trophy for spending 70,000. During the look of changed body parts due to fusion. And I got 2 songs for that one because they're tied to that one side quest that I missed.
ご協力ありがとうございます。
So right now we need 9 cards, 5 music files, and 10 log files. I can just use the special suit, and now I don't have that appearance. I guess I could have worn the other suits that I had from various other sources prior.
私 悪いけどすぐに言ってくれる？
何を運べばいいんだ？
さあ、機密らしいけど奴らからの依頼だとよくあることよ。
奴ら
これ統制局からの依頼なのよ。
いいのか？
こうやって顔をつなぐの。情報を探ったり奴らの懐に入るためにね。でもくれぐれも。
分かってる。ただの傭兵のふりをすればいいんだろ
よくできました。そういうこと。
で、報酬の上前を旅団が跳ねると。
資金を稼ぐのは簡単じゃないのよ。ほら、さっさと行ってきて。
やれやれ。
いらっしゃいませ。アイテムや装備の
Let's see if I can get like the armor achievement. It would help if I knew which ones I already owned. Okay, cool, we're done with armor. I just grabbed 2 random ones and I figured I didn't have all those guns. So my options now are finish up the overworld bosses, okay, so we can just fight Void there. Guessing I have to get both parts. Let's do at least one fight here. What happened to my other weapon? Like, I know they took it for the fight, but did they take it forever? Because if so, that's kind of dumb. Okay, no, they just threw it in the hangar and just didn't give me it back. Let's try that again, now that I actually have my equipment. Then we'll go for all the remaining beta versions, unless I do story. They really... did not make that gravity weapon work. And that ability just kinda tears through him, and there's very little he can do about it.
踊るとはな。だけでは生き残れんぞ。
Yeah, we got him. Demeter and a thing that's definitely a repeat. I definitely have that laser rifle. I assume that I'm going to need all of his armor. Try another Ragnite fight, because why not? I feel like something in my build changed enough that she's now a super easy fight. I do think that move is just more damage than like my basic combo. Don't think I got anything good, so we'll try again. Okay, so the dual wield for that just kind of melts them. There's another win. I'm not sure if that's anything new. It feels like I'm just getting the same set of parts. Maybe we do some of the overworld bosses and then chip away. At whatever's left in terms of side stories. So we'll start with Cybele and then just go down the list. Might try to use that one weapon move instead of Barrage to see if it does as much damage against, like, Immortals. There's a boss spawned in over there. Gonna assume that's the version I need. Got one of the batteries. hard to tell if I'm doing substantially more damage. Using like that ability instead of the Mirage. Maybe go for 5. Can't see, and I would really like to.
ここでは終われない。
Got the battery there. Also, I have no energy left, so I can't get any revives in. So I'll just swap to two-handed. Just go big robot to try to win it. Here's a win. Yeah, the toughest part about this tier of bosses is just that their health pool is massive. Really need to do this because we're just gonna go back to the base to full heal and restock anyway. I think that just leaves 3 more. And then after those 3, I have access to basically grind out all of the remaining trophy armor. Which then comes down to, do I think I can get it done in like 2 hours? And the answer is probably no. Because after that point, I will probably need to call it. There is still more DLC that's supposed to be coming out that adds like new boss fights and something else. So I will probably check out the DLC, wrap up the Platinum Trophy, and then play the game again. Cool, he skilled my weapon again. I'll say not a big fan of the weapon stealing mechanic. Like, I don't know what to do when he steals all of my weapons. Because at that point, like, it's me and a one-handed melee weapon, and versus an entire boss. I literally have no ammo or weapons. Like, I just have to leave. Guess what do I want as a backup weapon? I think I'm just gonna use something that like my Mirage clone will get benefit out of. I think this is one where I do need to like find a supply base nearby, because if he steals all my weapons I have to bail. Like, there's nothing I can do in that situation. The problem is, because I'm mostly melee driven, it is very hard for me to avoid that, like, gravity move that steals my weapon. If I get this activated, I can at least, like, come back in. Get my weapons back. Also just gonna make this a loadout so I don't have to do a bunch of menuing it when he steals it again. More energy. Okay, so it only steals my weapon if I get fully drawn in. Problem is, there's no way for me to tell when that's gonna happen. Like, because as soon as he activates it, then my options are either I need to figure out how to sprint to get away, or I lose my weapon. I'm assuming because there's two of them, both of them can activate that really like. I think I wouldn't even mind it as much if there was like a way for me to get my weapon back. Definitely hoping that this is the real boss. Gotta go recover because I don't have any other options. I'm physically out of ammo. Hopefully this one only has like one thing I need and then I never have to fight it again. I feel like I'm gonna have to end up fighting it at least twice, and it's gonna be almost better to fight it here. Because I can't imagine having to deal with this in like a simulation where I can't heal. Got to equip my weapons back. But I forgot that is an added step. Ideally, I need to just get the main body knocked out, but I have no idea there's a way to tell. And I think we just won. I completely guessed on which one was the right one, and it worked out. There's no other variants of that one though, which is nice. It's just beat that one. I will say one of the recommended tips for it is to use van braces, which does make sense. I just don't know if I have any particularly good ones. Now let's go knock out the last remaining variants. So it looks like it's basically in the same area. It's either Rebellion is here or Dreadnought is here, and they kind of alternate. There's Rebellion. Go back.
からだ。
So far, this seems to be the easiest of the variants. Almost got all their weak points open. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Grab the revives and then wrap things up here.
大型種だな。狙うなら弱点だ。
もう大丈夫。
よし。
Good heal. There's a win.
うまくいったわね。
That gives me a one-handed weapon. I think that just leaves one final overworld enemy, unless I want to farm Eclipse here where it's easier, which I kind of do. I would much rather fight Eclipse just kind of out in the open world where I can heal, as opposed to getting trapped in a simulator where they can just steal all my stuff. And then I'm just kind of out of luck. Oh, look, this time, so we'll see where the other variant is. Top of the forest map. I'm gonna also quickly restock, even though I think the supply base did that anyway. I can reasonably say I'm probably not getting the Platinum Trophy today. Because these variants are taking longer than I would expect. And I have to fight everyone no less than 2 times. Because I need them to get the item for their weapon that's unique to them, and then I need to fight them again for the core that applies to another one. Because it seems like everyone at least has some other weapon that it applies a core to. Apparently it's in the water. They dove again. I guess the nice part about them calling in additional enemies for me is it does refill my energy when I knock them out. Weird situation again. Because I'm stuck underwater because he landed on me. I'll say with the amount of bosses I have left, I also don't think I'm gonna be able to get 22 card game wins and also the bosses. So, like, that fight isn't too bad other than when I get pinned underwater and can't do anything. Like, there's a lot of things in this fight that make it easier, it's just he caught me in like a big pull and then pinned me under the water. That's what that. Both of my party members are almost dead. Rough random hits there. Guess I'll pick him back up because there's not really anything else I'm doing in a second. Need to stay above water. Like, I think those bosses need conceptually. The problem with them is, because like the idea is you break off their horns, then you throw it at them for a ton of damage. Like, I think that's a neat idea, but it's the problem I have with every other boss where they just kind of don't stay in the fight. Like, having a neat mechanic doesn't make up for the boss just leaving the arena. Cool miss. Stay above water, that would be great. Especially because they can get free hits underwater that there's not really a lot that I can do about. guess that just seems like it's an auto kill if you're there at the end.
ここでは終われん。
ここでは終われない。
Like, if it was like a guaranteed stun, if I could like hit them there, that would be ideal. But instead they just go back below the water and then just get free hits. Pick them up again, but they're probably gonna get knocked out again.
ここでは終われない。
Gotta need more energy or I might be in a bad spot. Almost gotta win. Maybe them to stay above water a bit longer. There's one. Okay. I'm gonna quickly grab the vehicle achievement while I'm grabbing these side stories, and I think we're gonna pivot to side stories for a bit. How much do I need still? I need like less than 400 meters. I never have to use a vehicle again unless there's a race mission.
何者だ？オーダーを受けたものだ。聞いてないか？お前がそうか。そいつだ。そいつをフォートまで運んでくれ。俺はこの場に残って現場を保存せねばならん。わかった。フォートまでこいつを運べと依頼を受けた。どこに置けばいい？ああ、例のものか。いや、こちらで受け取る。ご苦労だった。ほう、来たのか。実にいい心がけだ、新入り。まずは褒めてやる。俺様は厳しいぞ。準備はいいか？ああ。よし、じゃあ行くぞ。で、俺は何をすればいいんだ？決まってんだろう。イモータルを見つけたら排除すんだよ。統制局は？え？いやバカ、ダメに決まってんだろ。変なことしたらただじゃおかねえからな。おい、新入り。この呼ばれたら返事だろう。なんだお前、アッシュさんとバウトして勝ったらしいじゃねえか。あの人はな、ああ見えて実はすげえ優しい人なんだ。だからお前みたいな新人に花を持たせてやったんだよ。きっとそうだ。だといいがな。そうに決まってんだろ。笑わすんじゃねえよ。止めろ。なんだよ。イモータルだ。かなりの数が来る。マジで？降りろ。南戦ならアーセナルの方が戦いやすい。冗談じゃねえよ。おい、何をやっている？あんな数相手にどうにかなるわけねえだろう。撃て撃ちまくれ。
I didn't realize how much damage they were doing. this could be a long mission to have to redo.
De, 俺は何をすればいいんだ。
決まってんだろう。イモータルを見つけたら排除すんだよ。
統制局は？
え？いやバカ、ダメに決まってんだろ。変なことしたらただじゃおかねえからな。おい、新入り。この呼ばれたら返事だろ。
なんだ。
お前アッシュさんとバウトして勝ったらしいじゃねえか。あの人はな、ああ見えて実はすげえ優しい人なんだ。だからお前みたいな新人に花を持たせてやったんだよ。きっとそうだ。
だといいがな。
そうに決まってんだろ。笑わすんじゃねえよ。
止めろ。
なんだよ。
イモータルだ。かなりの数が来る。
マジで？
降りろ。乱戦ならアーセナルの方が戦いやすい。
冗談じゃねえよ。
おい、何をやっている。
あんな数相手にどうにかなるわけねえだろ。撃て撃ちまくれ。
That is a long way to go and a lot of red dots. I think we might have made it. I'll say if this mission is redoable, then maybe the 10k kill count isn't as bad.
のか？
ああ。
よかった。マジで死ぬかと思ったぜ。
大した先輩だな。
うるせえ。あれはそうレーサーの血が騒いだだけだ。まあお前もよくやったよ。新人の割にやるじゃねえか。これをお前にやろう。だから今回の件は、
どうでもいい。
は？
どうでもいい。
ありがとう。でも少しはためになっただろう。
So that's another mission done. mean, 10k kills would still be pretty bad, but that seemed like a lot of potential kills that I could get without too much of a hassle and no interference.
こんなところに呼び出して何のつもりだ。
言ったろう。儀式さ。日々共に戦う仲間との語り合いだ。
それで
レースすんだよ。全員でかっ飛ばして仲間の絆を深めるのさ。
それがなんでレースなんだ。
深く考えるな。良き一日を分かち合う、それだけよ。
要は勝負しようってことだよな。
早い話、そういうこった。報酬は勝者のもんだ。もちろんやるだろう。
当然だ。
そう来なくちゃな。よーし、じゃあ早速追っ始めるとするか。
しゃあ、一丁もんでやるぜ。
余興とはいえ勝負は勝負だ。本気で行くぞ。行くぞ。
I think vehicles generally have like higher speed, but they control so badly it's not worth even trying. Motorcycle, if I were to alternate like transformations, could reduce some of that, but I also don't know if I'm allowed to transform during this mode. So the big question is, will they miss any rings? If they miss rings, then I have a chance. If they don't, I might not. Like, they're already 4 rings ahead of me in the vehicles. So I need them to miss like 2 to 3 rings. Or else I'll just outright lose in speed. Looks like they did miss a few, but did they miss enough? Guess that one for some reason didn't count. Hopefully that was good enough. Zanki, I think, is the only one who was kind of close, but he was also like in last place. Okay, so I won by 4 seconds.
マジかよ。悔しいけどよ。負けは負けだぜ。
うん。また一つわしに足りぬものが見えたわ。
やれやれ。いい勝負だったな。
That was about 10,000, about 16,000 meters for that one. So that was roughly like a full trip from the fort to up here, which was what I drove on before to grind out to like what I needed. So I guess you could technically like farm that one mission for hours and eventually land in a situation where you get the 1,000 kilometers, but that's still a huge stretch. Already bought all the cards here. Don't think I'll need to buy any potions for a while, but I did consider it. Dumping most of my money into potions. Just items, which I don't really need.
Iよいよ準決勝ですね。ご準備のほどはよろしいですか？ああ、承知しました。では、大会準決勝へ案内いたします。それでは、お二人とも
準備はよろしいですか？
ああ。
すみません。私ちょっと心の準備が。
お気持ちが落ち着いてからで問題ありませんが、あまり長引くようですと危険とみなします。
でもな、私のデッキカードが心もとないのですよ。それと比べてあなたはいかにもお強そうでしょ。いやもう怖くって怖くって。
棄権してもいいんだぞ。
ほら、そんなにはっきりものを言いなさって。怖いな。きっと私負けちゃうんだろうな。
改めて伺いますが、準備はよろしいですね？
俺はいつでもいい。
危険にはなりたくないですからね。仕方ない。胸を借りるつもりで行かせてもらいます。
では準決勝を開始します。オーバーバレット。
I don't think there was anything that I wanted to change. The only thing that I could change hypothetically is to give myself more firearms to make one of my cards work better. But I think we're just gonna jump in. Hopefully, starting off strong with those. They played only moons, so I don't get debuffed. Gonna debuff them. They swapped in something else. It was apparently way stronger. There are 3 more cards in their hand, apply 100. Oh, I didn't realize that I debuffed my own card. That's a lot more damage. Discarded 3. That wasn't quite enough. That should be enough. Unless they drastically change out their hand. They did, but I won anyway. That should be a big enough buff for me to just outright win. This is like my ideal like end state hand. Other than like the firearm is interchangeable with any other firearm. Yeah, we won. That just leaves the finals, and then I'm done with the card side quest.
お疲れ様でした。バカな。くそ。ちきしょう。せっかく勝った時の煽りの前振りをしたのによ。くそ。あいつ以外に俺の生きがいを邪魔する奴が出てくるとは。お前もあいつにボコボコにされりゃいいさ。
Before I go for the turn-in, let's check to see if Eclipse is back. I would like to see at least one of the armor trophies pop. It kinda doesn't matter which one, I just want to see any one of them. Gotta keep my distance and just hammer them with missiles first. Really want to get some more energy. And back we go. I don't think I can afford to use the clone anymore.
準備は大丈夫？気をつけて。
Yes, I just need to like get out of range quick enough, so I think for that I need to definitely keep up enough boost. Rough stun there. Okay, so if it catches me at all, then it's gone. I still don't know which one is the real one. I guess I'll just hit anyone I can reach. To avoid it there. Problem is I'm now out of energy. If only the real one could use this, I would be fine with it, but I think it's also, I think all the clones also can. Also, I don't know if they have a shared health pool because there's no way for me to tell. Because the only way that I would be able to tell would be to swap out Satellite Shield for something like Jamming Grenade, which I think counters it. But do I remove like the best defense item in the game, or for like a specific mechanic? Or do I just kind of deal with it? I got rid of one of the fakes, so they do not share health pool. That's good to know at least. So as I've just learned, apparently they can get more clones back. There isn't an easy way for me to tell, other than, I guess, hope I hit the right one. I'm just kind of shooting whichever one happens to be in front of me, because I don't know who else to narrow down. I also don't like how the clones can get barriers. I have no way to tell if I'm even making progress. That's all of my weapons gone again. Or not, because they knocked me out of it. I think this is a dip out of this kind of situation, because if I don't, then I'll just die. Might end up happening anyway because of those auto target lasers. Why I definitely didn't want to get rid of option. That's pretty much my only chance to not get hit by those. That was a little bit too close. Everybody's back alive again. All three of them have barrier up, cool.
見えた。戦うなら準備を怠るなよ。周りを見て集中しろ。見えるはずだ。
こ
Yeah, we won. Maybe they do share health pool. And I only need one other item for that one. Which is one of the variants that I unlocked. Because I think at this point I've unlocked all variants, it's just now getting their cores. In fact, let's do one step extra and just see what cores I need. I am going to need 2 for Eclipse. Make that 3 for Eclipse. When set percentage of femto left attacking also shoots a laser base slash. So yeah, it seems like I'm gonna need to fight each of the bosses like 3 times. More cards. And then we get Void's side story and one other one. I'm gonna try doing the Eclipse refight, but I'm gonna do something slightly different. If I knew if one of my partners had a jamming weapon, I would absolutely bring them, but I don't know who does, if anybody. Let's see how this can get some damage in really quick without risk of getting disarmed. They can't take my arms. Hopefully 500 ammo is enough to fight. This is like easier than the open world one that I was doing, then I'll just do this. Keep shooting forever and hope that I'm hitting the right one. Seems to be making progress, if nothing else. If this is the wrong one and they don't have a shared health pool, I will be very rapidly in trouble. There we won. Just barely. I mean, I still had, like, Big Mac mode if it came in. If it came down to it, apparently they have another weapon. Immense damage when used within its optimum range. I mean, that sounds really good, but also... I mean, I guess I would probably swap out my laser sword. So we've found both of their blueprints, we just need to get enough cores. Downside is I was so close on ammo before that it's kind of down to the wire. So it does seem like I do close or do more range closer. Means if I'm like too far away, I might just run out of ammo. That is it. It's apparently up to Big Mech mode now. It wasn't enough. So the only thing left that I can do in the fight is revive everybody and hope that one of them gets killed. When the Van Brace works, it's great. When it doesn't, then it's the worst. Yeah, there was nothing I could do there. Biggest downside of the Van Braces is even though they can give me a ton of ammo, if I run out of ammo, then I'm out of luck. Maybe I should save my clone, like, in kind of a pinch if I just run out of ammo, so that maybe my clone can win it.
状態にも気を配って。
Like max damage, I'll fight to even stand a chance. Unless my party members like hurt. I hate how one is pulling me in and one is launching me out. Hoping this is the right one. And we got it. That's a second core. As I will say, I probably have like less than an hour that I'm gonna call it. Yeah, there's no way I'm getting all the gear pieces. I think I need one more. Seems like those shots are doing more damage now for some reason. So maybe as I get more levels, I won't need as much ammo. up. Well, it's up to Clone. I guess the only other option would be... like, I think I do get, like, slight energy recharge just from not running, so I can kind of stall it out and go for, like, a revive. But that kind of sucks. If I was able to go to the supply base in this circumstance, then this would be ideal, so maybe even using this better weapon method. Maybe it is just fundamentally better to do it when I can get resupplies. I guess the other question is it better to rely on a clone, or is it better to rely on the party members? Like, so far I would say clone, but also I think the enemy barrier kind of nullifies no matter what I do. If I could stall out long enough for robot, that would be another option. All three of them now have barriers. So my only hope is robot, pretty much, because there's not. I don't think clone is going to be able to break through the barriers unless I have a full charge. Unless there's like a skill I can get for Van Braces, that's pretty much my only hope. I guess we just hang out here for a minute. either I get full charge of robot or I get full charge of clone, and then maybe one of those two can win the fight. And we got him. That is a annoying fight if I run out of ammo. Especially because it's like I'm within like 20 shots of winning.
Yeah.
What did I need for the other melee weapon? I think the one I would like to see trophy-wise is get the Eclipse armor. Lapis, Lacrima, Beta for both. I'm also gonna see if Vambrace does have any abilities that I should be aware of. Or if it just counts as a firearm. I have one that's like a passive just for Vambrace. Generates depleted HP over time. I think that's just a better pull. Yeah, if it does count as anything, then it counts as a firearm. I guess I could swap it out because right now I'm just using the heal one. Don't let the fight be in the water. Hate it. I figured they would, but I was really hoping they wouldn't. sure why it's not letting me go grab on these. I wonder if I can't pick it up because I'm jammed.
落ち着いて行きます。ここでは終われない。
So they're not pulling in allies this time.
落ち着いて行きます。
And there they are.
終われない。無理しないで。私もいる。
So I guess I'm just kind of jammed forever. Here's a good throw. Don't know why I can't grab this one. It seems like for whatever one, these are extremely finicky. Get a quick free. We'll just be safe. Whole lot of waiting. There's a win. And we are getting the 4, so that's another weapon I get. If I beat them one more time, then I get a trophy. I guess at least those ones, they're nice because I can effectively plan them out. Because like I fight this one 3 times and then I get 3 items. Because they only drop like 3 things. So damage-wise, it says that's lower than my current laser one. Fine, because I'm going to put some attachments on it. To hopefully reduce that memory cost. I guess I can just give it a couple attachment slots. One of those cases where I'm just trying to see if there's something I can get that's like marginally better. Hopefully that's enough. I'm gonna put that laser ability just on all of my swords. I can, which I can't. Yeah, the laser blade might still make the other one I was using better. But we'll at least try it out. Just to see if I see any big differences. Okay. Let's try the boss we just fought. This might be my last fight of the day. Like 1,000 damage from that thing. Can't really tell if it's doing much better. Plus, I do know that if I need a free robot refill, I can always dip into the arena for like 2 seconds and then jump out. But I'm kind of hoping I generally don't need to rely on that. So it seems like its main benefit is really strong grab attacks. The other one I was using was just doing more damage across the board. This is only really doing big damage if I get a grab. Good throws. Relatively speaking, it's doing about as much damage as the other weapon, but with a physical attribute. I think Soryu's just better because it has the laser blades. Actually, it looks like when it gets like a certain crit, it kind of does double that way. Which still isn't happening frequently enough for me to want to consider keeping it. Like, it's basically like a chance at 400 damage versus a guaranteed like 300. But that should be enough for a trophy. And then after that, I'm going to take stock of how many trophies I have, because it seems like there's going to be at least one more full stream of this. There's the trophy for all the Eclipse weapons. Gravitational orbs that extract bullets. Pursues the enemy and attracts some of the enemy's fired bullets. I don't know if that means the bullets do more damage, or does that just mean it's like a defensive weapon? Maybe we do one more quick fight. Probably not one of the immortals this time. Because I feel like Centurion is another fast one that I have to fight like a bunch of times, and I already know that I can get their stuff guaranteed. So the thing I lost was, I think I took off some of memory capacity ones. So after another quick battle against Centurion, I'm gonna take stock of what trophies are left.
ってる。ここからよ。当たって。交換して。まだやれるでしょ。勝つわよ。
I think Helm Splitter, because it's so leveled up, might still be one of my best moves.
VP が 50% よ。気をつけて。
And another quick century one. Yeah, the problem with this one is all of those armor require 2 for some reason. I mean, I guess most of the armor requires 2 cores, but requiring 2 cores from the same boss is weird. As opposed to just having the boss, like, drop their armor. So they're one of the ones I think I'm closest to next, just because there's only, like, a couple recipes that might be optional, and then some items that I have no idea. That's where we're going to call it today, and I'm going to take a quick stock of just how many trophies I have left in the game. I have 18 trophies. And between those, $14 of them are farming out armor. Which pretty much is just all of the bosses I spent today unlocking. All of the Noin fights, including some that I haven't unlocked yet because I have to replay some story. And then most of the things other than that are just get logs, get music data, and get cards. That being said, let's call it a day. And I think we're gonna go say hi to Greg. Who's playing a Hellboy game. So with that, I don't know when I'll be finishing this up. I guess it'll be whenever the DLC drops, because there's not much story left for me to consider picking up anything else unless I just purely knock out the trophies and never play it again. But I think I'll just wait to see when the DLC releases, because that's supposed to be sometime this month. I guess if it doesn't happen this month, I might just bite the bullet and finish it up. Otherwise, I'll be back next Saturday with more Yakuza Like a Dragon. I haven't decided if I want to just binge through Like a Dragon or if I want to pick up Haunted Castle as my other game. Because I think I'm going to hold off on DK Bonanza until the next event, and I guess I'll hold off on this until the DLC comes out. That just leaves Yakuza and whatever I pick up, and I'm pretty sure I want to go with Haunted Castle Revisited from the Castlevania collection. But with that, thanks for hanging out, have a good one, and bye-bye.